Hello everybody. Welcome back to Jump King. The smoking hot babe is still at the top, but we're gonna get there one day. This is gonna be jump number 4, I believe. Yes, this is gonna be jump number 4. To give some context for people who haven't been here, I did end up wasting several hours on New Babe Plus, not understanding that it was New Babe Plus. However, Stream has saved me, and I have been informed about the actual route that you're supposed to take on the first route. And that is what we're going to be going back to. As far as we've gotten, I think was like the area past Barkenberg, or maybe the area right past then. But we, of course, ended up back here.
What is the color of her hair? The leaves on that tree are red.
Alright, so as is... I'm too used to New Babe Plus. I thought that was to the left. As is customary for both Jump King and horror games, I instinctively want to stall, but I must repress that instinct. So we're just going to get straight into it, and we're going to see how far we can go today. So far, the usual has just been we get to an area that we've never been every stream. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a lot farther than that. But now that I have had the experience on New Babe Plus, who knows? Maybe we'll do some really good stuff. Yeah, I think, oh my god, I think last time I ended up ending, I was like towards the sewer or something like that. But it was just after a big fall, and I was just like, you know what? It's low down. I know we can get back here again, and it's the end of the stream. So I tucked us all the way back down into the tent. I am really looking forward to getting out of the tree, so I don't have to hear these crickets. But yes, hello everybody. We were going to do this yesterday, and then they announced that Biking was coming out on that day. Therefore, this obviously had to get pushed back. But we're still getting some Jump King in, and I don't know exactly... Let's see. Next week, I think we're probably going to be doing some Grand Theft Auto 5, because we were originally going to be finishing off the story today. And then... I'm really into Strive now that we're finally getting back into it, so it's probably going to be something, well, it's hard to say. I want to say we'll do some Strive and some Grand Theft Auto, but then it would also suck to go without Jump King, but I guess we have had it consistent for a few weeks, and we missed some Grand Theft Auto, so yeah, it'll likely be more Strive and Grand Theft Auto next week. And yeah, even if we beat Jump King today, I do want to do New Babe Plus eventually, and I think I want to do Ghost of the Babe eventually. But if I were to actually finish the game tonight, that is absolutely going to be the end of the stream. I'm not going to ruin that by going back into New Babe Plus. If we finish the game, that will be the end of the stream. But then we will come back on another day to do more stuff. And if we, hypothetically, just hypothetically, if we were to beat the game and we were to do so quickly enough that I don't want to end the stream yet, I probably would just, hey, I learned. I was in the right spot, or I was in the wrong spot, but I did the thing where I just took my thumb off the D-pad. Nice. But if we finish it really quickly so that I still want to stream, then I'll probably just switch to another game for the evening, like Strive or something like that. I really don't want to sour the experience of beating the game by having it immediately followed by going back into the game and continuing to fail. So we'll just move on to something else if need be. But like I said, we will come back to it eventually. Getting into the focused gamer hours. That is always such a relief to get past the tree. Because you no longer have to listen to the crickets. Though that might just be me. I am not...
Told me no. Reason. Meaning worthless.
I don't actually know what he's talking about, so we're just gonna leave. What was I saying? My god, I just completely lost track of my sentence. That's gonna really bother me now. What was I saying? I have no idea. I have no idea what I was saying. You know, I never really thought about that, but I appreciate that idle animation. He's always looking up when you don't do anything for a little while. He's not looking down, worried about the progress he might lose. He's always looking up, thinking, alright, what's next? It's a good mentality. So I don't remember what I was saying, so just in case this is what I was talking about, yeah, we will do the full amount of time, but I'll just play something else if we actually beat the game. I'm not expecting to, but could happen. And that other game probably would end up being Strive. God damn it. I am glad to be back into Strive, by the way. I did actually have to play an hour of Strive before stream today, just because that game is so fun that now I'm back into it. It's like, okay, I'm going to be thinking about Strive the whole night unless I get a bit of Strive before Jump King. I got some really good matches as well, some really good clips. Like, I haven't cut it yet, but I know that they're in my recent match history, so I'll probably cut them tonight. And we did some really good stuff, and a lot of it is like, I'm getting a little too cocky. After taking such a long break into Valorant, I ended up off stream learning some stuff that I hadn't been doing before with Valorant. I played a lot of Chamber and then Neon when she came out. And with Chamber, I ended up doing a lot of opping. And normally I never use the op, and I had never used Chamber or Neon before that, so it's a lot of new stuff to learn. But after so much time learning stuff in fighting games where I'm not confident, going back to learning stuff in a shooter where I am confident, it was a huge ego boost, to be honest. Just because it's like, oh shit, this is what it's like to learn things and actually learn them. So I got to feel like a bit of a gamer. And I've noticed I've been a little cocky since I've come back to Strive, and I'm doing a lot of stuff. I'm just like running up and grabbing people in situations that just like, I don't think I was trying to insult them. But wow, wow, that was quite a grab I just went for. But it's been great. I love mirror matches as well, and so because everybody's playing Viking right now, you're getting a lot of Viking mirror matches. That's already great for me because I like that sort of match. But with how cool Vikin's moveset is and her aesthetic, Viking vs. Viking is such a fun match. I love it so much. And the idea that like either one of you could tie yourself to the other at any point, but everything it does for you, it also does for them. That's a really interesting mechanic. And it really emphasizes the idea of, I am so ready to fight you. I am so confident and I am so aggressive that I'm going to tie us together so that you can't escape. It's such, just conceptually, the rope is so sick. It's like, I want to fight you so bad that I'm going to make sure you can't get away from me. I don't want to wait for you to decide it's time. It's time. I love the rope so much. It's so sick. And so in a Viking x Viking fight, when one Viking ties the other, it's just like, oh really? Is that what we're doing now? Okay. All right. And see, if I talk enough about Strive, then I don't have to talk about Jump King. And see, I was thinking that that would be a bad thing because you guys are here for Jump King. However, it's making it so my brain is too confused to be depressed because it's not paying attention to the game that I'm playing. In my head right now, I'm not falling through the False King's Keep. In my head right now, I'm tying somebody up as bike. You get strategies for learning, you get strategies for mind games, and you get strategies for dealing with your own tilt. Sometimes you're messing with the opponent's mind, and sometimes you're helping your own mind. Talking about biking is the latter. I would try to mind game the game if I could tilt this platform. Like if I could tilt that platform so that it no longer was good at tripping me up, I would. But I don't know how to properly irritate a block. So I'm not sure if I can really rely on tilting the environment, so I think I gotta just untilt myself. Though maybe that is the strategy. Maybe I actually should just be a cocky asshole about it and just act like I'm tilting the game. And maybe that'll do some weird mind over matter, reverse psychology, blended together nonsense, and I'll just beat the game without even realizing it. Like I won't even realize that I'm near the end of the game and the stream will be over. Shit. But yeah, Strive continues to be my favorite fighting game, and I still love playing a lot of different fighting games, but it continues to be my favorite, and I'm really glad to have an excuse to come back. And I'm finally getting to that point where I don't necessarily feel like I'm amazing at fighting games, but I think I'm finally at the point that I was trying to get to, where it's just I can treat fighting games the way I treat other genres, which is just like I can pick up a new game and learn it on my own and not have too much issue with it. And that's all I was really going for with fighting games. I wasn't trying to become amazing. I was trying to get to the point where if I pick up a new fighting game, I feel like I can just treat that as I would any other video game. And I feel like I'm finally there on fighting games, and it feels really good. I had that experience with a few different other fighting games. I think it was Uni and Blaze Blue. Even when I was new to those games, I felt like it wasn't too hard to get into them. And then with Biken, yeah, honestly, like day one, I felt like I was getting it, and I felt like I knew what her moveset was after like one arcade run, which took me forever as Leo. And I think that was because I was learning a lot of other things as Leo as well, like basic fighting game things. But I think it's also a mentality thing of just like, I was building up the challenge too much in my head, and I was making it seem like it was harder than it was. So anyway, I'm just rambling about Stride, but I feel like I'm getting there. I feel like I'm a fighting game player. Not necessarily a great fighting game player, but I feel like I'm a fighting game player. In addition to everything else, like I'm a platformer player, a shooter player, a racing player. I feel like I can add that to my box of tricks. But am I a jumper? The conversation inevitably comes back to the game on screen. Am I a jumping game player? I did say I was a platformer, but am I well, I guess all platformers are jumpers. I wonder if that's the genre. Jumper. I am definitely happy that... Hold on, let me get out of the sewer before I say this. Okay, now that I'm out of the sewer, I can say I am happy that when I fall into the sewer, I'm not falling all the way through the sewer anymore. So there's like a line where I generally don't go beyond this line. I want to raise that line, but it's still good to be making that bit of progress. shit. And the thing is, once I get to Bargenberg, generally I'm not falling out of Bargenberg farther than like the very top of the False King's Keep. Sometimes you get unlucky and you fall all the way down in one jump, but usually I land at the top of False King's Keep. And when I do, I'm always getting right back into Bargenberg. So if I can get through this one time, I should be good for at least a while before having to do it again. And I believe there is a point at some point in the future where you get a bit of like actual like checkpoint, like solid progress. I'm not sure how close I am to that, but I think I might have been getting close last time. Like I say, I've tried to be spoiler free, but I have seen it played, so there are certain things I know. Jump King is definitely not a complete. It's not a blind run, but I've tried to be spoiler free, so. Like, I know how to get money for the shop, but I don't know what happens when you get that money and go to the shop. Things like that. So that's something we're going to find out when we get there. Okay. Getting a little tired of False King's Keep, which I think was the trend last time, but I'm getting tired of False King's Keep instead of getting tired of the sewer or getting tired of the tree. So as much as I do want to move on, it's better than it used to be. But let's get tired of Bargenberg. How about that? How about we get tired of Bargenberg instead of tired of this loop? I got a little worried. All right. Oh, coffee time. Karma read my mind. Because I was actually just about to say, you know that stuff I said about getting tired of Bargenberg? Let's just skip that and let's go straight on to the next area. And as I had that thought, Karma was like, yeah, Ferris, what if we just fell down to the False King's Keep right now instead? So, okay. We can get tired of Bargenberg, I'll take that. If Karma is willing to give me that, I'm willing to take that. New is new. Okay, yeah. As long as we don't fall past that screen, we're still essential, as far as I'm concerned, that's just the bottom of Bargainburg. And I'm fine with that. And if I fall beyond that, that's my fault. Every area has that one set of jumps that's like, you're still in this area, but you better not fuck this up. I think Bargainburg is the first area where you might just pass by that entirely. Like, if you're in the False King's Keep, you're not going to fall all the way down to the tree. And if you're in the sewer, you're not going to fall to the bottom of the tree. But in Bargainburg, you might go all the way down to the sewer. Dang. Okay, so here, we've jumped down there. That's what I learned about that. Okay, I thought that was the case. Damn. I guess that's just how I gotta treat it. I've always thought of that last screen of the False King's Keep being the screen that's like, okay, this is the tricky part that decides whether you move on or not, or whether you fall back or not. But I guess that one jump out into the rain really is the jump that's like, I gotta get better at these two jumps, like in and out. And that's gonna be the distinction of how much I'm gonna have to fuck with the False King's Keep. This jump, and this jump. Those are the big ones of, if I can do that consistently, the False King's Keep should no longer be a big problem at all. And all this part of Bargainburg is not a problem. So this is the first bit, other than that bit in the False King's Keep I was talking about. This is the first bit where it actually starts becoming sketchy. Yeah, that jump is rough. And the one after it is very spooky as well. What? Huh. He was working on last stream, that jump was working. It's like you sacrifice a little bit more progress, but you gain a lot of safety, and so you don't fall all the way down. But then now I'm falling all the way down anyway. Oh, come on. But yeah, it is definitely a huge part of the game, just getting to jumps that used to fuck you up every time, and then just getting it down consistently. Like this jump, that one was so fucking scary when I first got to it, and now I'm just getting it all the time. So maybe I can start getting those two jumps like that too, but I'm getting close, but not yet. Oh, by the way, I showed it on Discord last time, but last stream we got the achievement for, I think it was 25,000 jumps. It was like jump aboard or something like that. And we also got the achievement for listen to the old man at the bottom of the tree 40 times. And it says listen to all of his wisdom, so we've heard all of the old man has to teach us. I think he might still have some other dialogue, but there's no hints or anything. So we've been jumping for quite a bit. Oh my god. I got through all the difficult jumps, and then I shut off my brain. Because I was like, well, the difficult jumps are done. Whenever I lose a lot of progress, I'm always thinking of getting over it. And I definitely think if y'all want me to play Jump King, I'm actually enjoying. I actually just want to finish it because I want to finish it. But if y'all want to see me play Getting Over It, it is likely going to have to be bribed. I am likely going to have some sort of follower goal or something like that to torture myself again after this. But I think I would be willing to set it as, like, if it was as a goal, I think I might be willing to set it. But I probably wouldn't be able to promise beating the game. I'd probably have to set some limit of, like, I have to do at least this much trying. And then if I think I can beat the game, then I have to continue all the way to the game. But if I try for this many hours, then I'm allowed to quit. But then that would probably be a high limit. Like, it would probably be a bunch of streams that, like, I would have to commit a certain amount of streams. Or something like that. Hey, Famish, what's up, man? Yes, sir. We back at it. A little better every time. However, it doesn't change the scenery as much as you might hope. Oh my god. I don't know if you were here last time when we found out Famished, but apparently about 6 or 7 hours of my playthrough so far has been spent unknowingly in the New Game Plus version of the game. So it was the super extra hard version of the game, of which was completely optional, and I did not know that. And yeah, because it holds your total times, I counted it up, and it was 6 or 7 hours. So I'm looking forward to having a stream where I don't go through the snow and ice. You gotta look on the positive. On the positives. Because otherwise all the faces full of concrete will start to get to you. Yeah, I've been saying, like, on Jump King especially, my comedic partner is the universe's sense of comedic timing. I just have to exist, and the universe just passively mocks me as I continue to exist, and that's the content. Okay. Thank you for providing that thing to catch me. No. Okay. Alright, back to the hard jump of this area. Bargenberg it is. That was spooky. Hold on, I'm getting curious. Can I walk into this? No, okay, I thought that might be a secret. It's like, that is a perfectly Jump King-sized wall. Is it an illusion? God damn it. Yeah. Okay. Good. Let's just go back to talking about Guilty Gear Strive, so I don't have to pay attention to the game that I'm playing. Oh, speaking of, actually, Famished, have you tried out biking yet? Yeah, I really like her. She's really interesting, and she has certain mechanics that are really nice for a player like me, because it's very, like, aggressive and offense-based. But she has a lot of different cool tricks, and it's just really nice. It feels like there's a lot of different ways that you could go about playing, and she has a tool for that. Like, no matter what you want to do with her, she has a tool for that. And my favorite thing is definitely the rope. She can throw out a rope that connects to somebody, and she can also grab somebody to make the rope, and it ties you together so that you can only get so far away from each other, and then it'll pull you back. And I fucking love it. It's so fun. And like, as somebody who just loved playing Leo and just being super aggressive and ulting all the time, the idea of a character that ties herself to her opponent so that they cannot escape is the hypest thing ever. Like, we've had some aggressive characters before, but have we had somebody that would tie herself to the opponent so they can't get away? Like, goddamn. I love it. And yeah, they went really crazy on the aesthetics for it as well. Like, the intros and all are really fun. Yeah, I'm very happy with her. I forget, have we played Strive in a while? I know I took a long break. I'm pretty sure we have played, but have we played in very long? Oh, she tied herself to a pot. Yeah, that's oh boy. Not especially advisable, but very badass if you make it work. You haven't played Strive in quite some time, yeah. Yeah, same for me. I love Strive, but it definitely took the DLC character to get me to come back, but a lot of games are like that. My interests are so, like, I like so many different games that I gotta have a reason. I didn't even try to time that out, I just did a full jump. It's the practice time in SFE, nice. What was your main on that again? Okay, I gotta be able to get past this area. This area can't slow me down. This area ain't shit. Played Leo and was messing with Nago a bit. Nice. And then what about Street Fighter? Ooh. It's working. Oh. It's working. Fighting game talk has propelled me onwards. Ninja, hello. It's going pretty good. I haven't gotten to any new PBs yet, but we're getting okay. Ignore everything that's going on your screen. We're doing okay. How you doing, man? I'm getting better at those jumps, which is so fucking good to be able to say. Those jumps are the fucking ass kickers, so I'm really glad I'm getting better at those. Been playing Mika, used to play Ken. Nice. I haven't been on Street Fighter in a bit. I think at this point I don't have a main and I'm just sort of experimenting a bit. I was playing a Honda, but then I just realized I don't really know. Like, there's a lot of characters in Street Fighter 5 that I still really don't know all that well. So I think when I go back, the main thing is I just want to start practicing characters that I don't know and get a better sense of the roster. And then I'll be able to eventually redecide my main again. Like, it was Honda, and then I was doing Ryu for a bit. And he was good at teaching me better footsies, but then it was like, I like him, but I want to see what else is out there. Honda's dirty. I have heard that. I think the way I played Honda, most of the people who hate Honda would not have that much trouble with me. Damn it. But yeah, I definitely have heard that. Oh, come on. You could not do that. You have the option to just drop me down to Bargenberg and not drop me down to the hell zone. That's my fault for falling into the sewer, though. Already getting clips. Thank you, Ninja. Oh. I am going to post the clips to the Discord, by the way, from yesterday. I am being a little slow on it, but I do see them and I will be posting them. I would have blamed chat because I looked at chat as I was doing that, but even as I was looking at chat, I was telling myself, now Ferris, this is not a full charge jump, and it sure feels like your thumbs are full charging this button. Maybe you should... Ferris? Why are you... Ferris? Okay, he's just gone. He's just left the building. God damn it. But yeah, no, it's definitely chat's fault. It's definitely chat's fault. You know, I don't want to say that. If you guys leave me, I'll go insane. I'm sorry. Don't go. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Baby, come back. Oh, okay. Next Nick's All-Stars is this Thursday? Nice. I know I saw on Twitter, I think it was probably from a retweet of yours. It looked like they were hinting that it was going to be TMNT. Like I don't really know, but they just had a screenshot that showed there were 3 out of 4 characters selected, and all of the 3 characters that were selected were all TMNT. So it feels like that was an implication of that, but I don't know. I feel like I want to get back into that because it was a lot of fun, but I don't know. I need them to announce some sort of update that's like a game-wide update, like we revamped ranks or something like that, and that would be like, okay, we're gonna get back into... What's the spoken acronym for the game? Like, what's the fast way of saying it? Like strive, you just say strive. Nick Brawl? How? Did I just go from the right side to the left side off the edge? Did I somehow manage to not go far enough in such a way where I was then propelled too far? I think that's what that happened. And that's interesting. Yeah, same for me. They did end up adding Garfield to the game. But for the most part, it was like the game came out. It was a really solid game. But there were definitely a lot of things that needed to be cleaned up here and there, and not that many people got the game, and then it just kind of went radio silent. It's not even a bad game, it's just like, there's not a lot, as far as I can tell, there's not a lot going on around it, but I would love to get back into it. Crossplay might be a thing. Ooh. Feels really good to be excited about that. I played primarily shooters for so long that crossplay was just always like, oh, crossplay. But on like anything other than shooters, crossplay is really nice. So I'm glad about that. And that would certainly help the player base. And hell, I think, like, Ninja, you have it on the Switch only, right? So we would be able to play them. So that'd be sick. Okay, nice. Oh, does anybody know? Just out of random curiosity, because I don't remember off the top of my head. Does Strive has... Anybody know? But no, does Strive have crossplay? I feel like I should know that. And I feel like it doesn't. In fact, did they ever fix that? I think there was like, wasn't there... Like the PlayStation version had some sort of issues with it. Did they ever fix that? Or am I thinking of Cyberpunk? It doesn't yet. They said it would eventually. Okay, that's good. Strive is not crossplay. Yeah. I forget what it was. I feel like I heard about some sort of issues where it was like Or maybe the PlayStation was the only good one. It was either the PlayStation had problems, or it was like everything but the PlayStation had problems, and it was something about like tournaments would have to use a particular system as the standard, otherwise the game didn't work or something. Oh my god! I'm not going back to see the old man. I'm just not doing it. I'm not listening to the crickets anymore. Oh, come on. They even made this sound effect. They made me think that I just barely made it. I have learned my lesson about that, though. Anytime you fall, and it's a big enough fall to make you audibly sigh, take your thumb off the D-pad and the A button, and give yourself a minute, because otherwise your next jump will result in you seeing the old man again. It's the little things you learn that make you a better player, that help you hold on through all the rest. Damn it. Yeah, all these jumps are somewhat difficult, but those two jumps, the in and out, are the only ones where there's a potential to fall all the way to the sewer, which is what really emphasizes them. Alright, Bargenberg again. I believe the area after this... Actually, I'm not sure. The area after this is either the farthest I've got or just before the farthest. We might have actually already beaten it, but I'm not sure. I'll probably remember when I see it, but... Oh, man. I did it. I fucking turned autopilot on my brain. I did one of those jumps where it's a full charge jump, but I did it without full charging because I just like felt like I knew how much charge I needed. And after that, I was just like, wait, could I just turn on autopilot? And I just didn't think at any point during the difficult jumps, and it worked. I just need to play this like Leo. 100% heart, not so much on the brain. Oh, that scared me. It's the feel. It's the smell of the game, if you will. This smells like a good jump. Great Frontier. Nice. So I forget if this was the last area we were at or not. Hello? Okay, it's up there. I actually... That one jump there was one jump where I knew how much to do the jump because of a clip Ninja made where I just go, why? Oh, God. And so I knew from that clip, that's not a full charge jump. I went way over it last time. God. Okay, that's fine. I really gotta... For some reason, specifically in Jump King, I can't stop saying, oh God, oh Lord, etc. For some reason, I get very religious with this game. Alright, where are we going to now? Where are we jumping, boys? Has anybody said that? Because I'm gonna trademark it if nobody has. I made the conscious decision to jump over that because I didn't think I could jump directly to it. And then as I went, I realized that's not a good decision. I really appreciate that that saves you perfectly instead of sending you to the tree. This platform is my favorite platform. I'm not going to try to tilt that platform. That's fine. Oh, God. I said it again. Okay. I actually, in my head, I was going to say Lord, and I was like, no, Ferris, you got to cut that out. And I changed it to God. Good job. Good job, Ferris. You did it. It's like if I was trying to not swear, and if I was like, oh, bastard. Like, hang on. Can I... Oh, you can. Okay. Oh my God.
A fellow jumper? How unusual.
This is a PB, by the way.
I salute you for coming this far, but I am afraid this is the end of the road for us. Just wait until you see what is ahead. I will wait here.
Well. Oh my God. Okay, that was a little brutal. Okay, I gotta chill out. Are there any upgrades? I don't think there are any upgrades that affect gameplay. My hat is an upgrade, but just cosmetic stuff like that. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. But I think in terms of what you can do and how you can do it, nothing changes. No despair. No despair. Only denial. God! You see, we landed at the top of the False King's Keep. And therefore, we landed in Bargenberg. And that sounds insane, considering the last thing I said before that was denial. However, I mean it genuinely. That doesn't cut down on the insanity. I'm also talking to myself now, and I don't really have an answer to anything I'm saying. I'm just sort of summarizing my current mental state. That's okay. That was not me saying that's okay. That was me saying that's, and then I gave up on that sentence and just said, okay. It's not okay. I just don't know what it is. You... when you're like 60% in and 40% out, and it drags you back out, like bruh, oh. My controller's batteries just died. However, that's fine when you have 2 batteries, but not at your desk, BRB. Hello, I am back. As I said, 2 batteries. There we go. You must always be prepared. Can you imagine what a fucking ending to the stream that would be if I'm just like, well, my controller died, so I guess goodbye, y'all. Be a really convenient excuse in the future if I get tilted. I can just say, like, hey, my fight stick that doesn't run on batteries. Well, its batteries died, so fuck this game. I mean, I gotta go charge it. I love the game, though. I wish I could keep playing. Ooh. Ooh, the stylings of a man that shouldn't let his ego get too big because it weighs him down. That's right. It's your streamer, Ferris Phantom. Whenever text starts playing... Oh. Whenever text starts playing right after you splat on the ground. There's just something about it that's just like, you just lay there in that fucking that pose that he does as somebody's talking to you. There's something about it that I can't quite put into words. It's depressing and it's poetic and it's hilarious all at the same time. Alright. We're finally mastering the end of the False King's Keep. Who is that guy there? He is a merchant. However, I do not have any money. So when I go, he's like, yeah, we're selling some stuff. It's only 1 gold coin. You don't have 1 gold coin? Can't really help you there then, pal. Like, we'll go say hi to him. Hello. Hello.
Never slip with these expert jumper's boots.
I don't think that's real. Maybe it is.
Only 1 gold and you will stand steady forever. Great for those steep climbs. Oh, you don't have 1 gold on you. I'm afraid the price point is at the bare minimum. I'm going out of business unless I can sell these boots.
But we have seen a bird carrying a golden coin. And we have also scared this bird multiple times. One of these days, if I have to wring that bird dry, I will get that coin. Maybe someday you'll get a coin, perhaps. Perhaps you can do. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna make a Twitch Prime joke. I'm not gonna say it. Out of Barkenberg. Hopefully we can stay out for a bit. Well, that's fine. So I will say, I don't know what the status of that is. If he actually sells you something that makes the game easier and it's not required to get to the end, my plan is to get it and then turn it off. But I am not expecting that it would actually lower the difficulty. Oh my fucking god. I'm expecting that it would either be required or cosmetic. Oh my god. Well, we're not in Barkenberg anymore, so that's good news. Yeah, I don't think it's been long enough for me to be tired of Barkenberg yet. There's still a lot of jumps that I'm learning to do better, and I end up spending enough time in the previous areas that it's sort of welcome to get here. But I am expecting that every area eventually is going to hit that point where it's like, okay, I feel like I'm confident with it, but now I just want to be on to the next area. Oh my god, I'm lucky that I got that. But yeah, I am getting there on the confidence with Bardenberg. We're doing some good things. Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, Bargenberg isn't even that bad. So there's my divine karma for having that thought. However, I'm gonna stand by that. Bargenberg isn't that bad. Let's see if I can prove that. Damn. I think my favorite area so far might actually be the tree. The snowy tree specifically. Just because it was an area of progress where you were able to lock in progress, and so you were able to really experiment with things. But I do like the visuals and sound of Bargenberg as well. I like the visuals and sound of the False King's Keep as well, but I'm tired of that one vertical hallway you have to do. I like how the main tree looks, but I don't like the sound. Sewer sounds nice, but it is a sewer aesthetically. I gotta just do the reset jump. I gotta just do the reset jump. Oh man, so close to just perfecting it. Okay, I feel confident though. I think I finally learned the end of False King's Keep. Hell yes. That feels really good. So I still struggle a little bit getting up there in False King's Keep. But for the most part, there's nothing too bad on the way to Bargenberg, and for the most part, Bargenberg itself isn't too bad. So I think I'm getting close to the point where I would just consistently get to the Great Frontier. Let's see if I can put the Great Frontier behind me or not. Yeah, those two jumps are still rough. Oh, man. Alright, let's see if I learned it. Nope. Fuck. Yeah, no, I got it. I got it. Bruh. When you ace the hard part and fail on the easy part. That is a really nice thing about the False King's Keep. This sound is really nice, and so it makes it It helps me be zen when I have a very depressing fall. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're about an hour in, and I think I just hit the point where I'm no longer okay. So, that's pretty much right on schedule. So now we just do another 3 or 4 more hours. I don't know what I was going to follow that up with. When you try to say something uplifting, but you don't know how to follow it up, and then you realize how depressing that is. Okay. 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 Y'all ready for sewer time? You better watch quick, because it's not going to last. We're going to blaze through this sewer. You're not going to know what happened. Sewer is easy peasy-ville. And I'm not even going to fall a single time. It's kind of incredible. But I'm not going to fall even once in the sewer. I might fall back into the sewer afterwards, but I will not fall during the course of the sewer. Boy, I sure do love easy video games. Almost aced the False King's Keep as well. But I aced the sewer as promised. What am I doing? How am I managing to do that? It's just like, I just fell 2 feet and then I walked off 10 feet and then I jumped off 20 feet. Like, what am I doing? I think I might have been possessed by a demon for a minute there. I think that might be why I'm saying God so much. Because my hands are just becoming possessed by demons, and so I'm just trying to perform an exorcism while I'm playing. And that would explain why the gameplay is what it is. I'm trying to talk to chat, play the game, and exorcise demons all at the same time. It's pretty demanding. Be interesting. They have a lot of counters that say like how many times you've jumped, how many times you've jumped, how many times you've fallen, stuff like that. I would like a counter that says how much time you spent in the pose that he does when he has fallen. And like, what's the longest time? How much time is the longest amount of time where after falling, I just set the controller down and walked away and just let him just be face planted? I would like stats on that. And I'm sure it would be the longer the fall that led to the splat was, the longer the splat itself lasts. Like, I immediately got up after that one because it was a small fall. Not even really worth mentioning that fall, so I just immediately get back up. But if I were to fall down to the sewer, jinxing it, then, Learn to shut up, Ferris. Learn to shut the fuck up. Learn to just stop talking while you stream. Jinxing it, I say. As if pointing out that I'm jinxing it will somehow reverse psychology the jinx and make it no longer a jinx. Once jinxed cannot be unjinxed, Ferris. Alright. That was a little mean. That was a little mean how many screens I just lost, but it almost sent me all the way to the fucking sewer. So thank you for not doing that. Thank you again for not putting me in the sewer. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Also good enough. Also good enough. Okay, okay. Oh, dang. Hold on one sec. Ah, man, that's unfortunate. I made a few, What? I made a few stream markers, and the software that runs on is not working again, which is great. If I restart it, it should behave itself again. Okay. Got it working again. Yeah. Always count your blessings. When you fall, but a platform catches you before you've lost too much progress. When you get to the point where that fall brings you happiness, that's the point when you have that good mentality. When you're actually happy that you fell simply because you didn't fall farther than you could have fallen. God, and happiness. 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 Okay. Anger. Anger is how you play video games, not with happiness. You can't You can't turn your happiness into a weapon. And this game clearly wants to throw hands, so you need a weapon. But you also need the Zen to use that weapon efficiently. You need to be Zenyatta. You need to have the ability to murder, but not the intention. I'm not sure if what I just said made any sense. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like the ramblings of an actually insane person. I'm not going to defend myself against what I just said, however. Okay, cool. Ooh. Okay. Now, I know from that platform that I jumped down from, I know you can jump up to here. And I kind of want to learn it a bit better. But I've just learned that jumping down there is just much safer. Aw, man. Thinking about once we beat this, I would actually really love to get like an edited series of it, like a highlights compilation of it or something, but I know from past experience that it's just I can't get through that editing stuff on my own. So, if in the future I end up getting an editor to do that, hello editor, thank you for making this video. I don't really have anything to say, I'm just rambling in my brain and I came to that conclusion. So hello? Please do not charge me $200 per hour of footage like the last guy I talked to was offering, which is an amount of money. And I hope that you, I don't know, enjoy making this video. I really have no idea what I'm saying. I'm just having my, hey, I'm just having my mouth move while I play. Anger is the true key. Yeah, it was like I was just saying, like, does anybody know if there's a way to get a hold of video editors? I just want somebody who will just, like, take the VOD and shorten it down into, like, a short video. And the only person that would give me, like, a straight answer would be like, it's generally, like, $200 per hour of footage. Like, bitch, what? Like, that would be $1,000 a week, my guy. That's an amount of money. I'm realizing that apparently I can't do math in my head. Because I just said that 200 times 8 is 1,000. So that's, you know, I'm just going to say that Jump King is taking the resources of my brain. However, actually, now that I think about that, I guess I don't really need to focus on that many things at once to play this game, huh? So I guess I'm fresh out of excuses. Okay. Just a random block. Alright. I'll look forward to it. Wonder if that's gonna be my guac. Yes. Yes. I believe that marks the end of Bargainburg for a little bit. Until I immediately fall back into it. Because I think that's like the last difficult part of Bargainburg, and the rest just sort of allows me to beat it. For the most part. I guess I have fallen here before, but not very often. Yeah. Great Frontier. Ooh, okay. Oh, damn it. Okay, well, that's good enough. Man, okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's, okay. This is where I wanted to be. I missed... In the Great Frontier, there's no background music, and I just really missed the music, so I wanted to drop down to the False King's Keep so that I could listen to the tunes. I wasn't... I just love the sewer's aesthetic so much. I wasn't chilled out enough, so I wanted to drop all the way down to the sewer so I could listen to the ambiance, so I could get chilled out. And then listen to the music of the False King's Keep to hype me back up again. That's all that was. It's a good emote. It's a good emote. damn it. Yep, I had the thought. I had the thought, therefore I need to be punished. Because I was going to say, you know what, I am at least glad that I'm starting to really get down these jumps that end the False King's Keep. Because I'm no longer, like, fearing falling into it quite as much because I can get out of it easily. Just like I'm not going to fall in the sewer a single time. I'm going to get all the way to the end without any splat. Because I have mastered this area, and saying these things will in no way negatively impact my gameplay. Because I am such a god of the sewer, I will get it first try, super easy. I don't know why I'm tempting karma so much. God damn it. See, it worked until I mentioned karma. I just had to not think about karma. I just need to be the cockiest bastard you've ever seen, and I'll win every time. It's that easy. Video games are in fact not difficult unless you choose to make them difficult. It's impossible to fail except for fucking... Alright, never mind. Out with that theory. The theory failed once, therefore it is dead. If I hit the tree one more time, I'm probably gonna go see the old man again. Like, deliberately. That doesn't count. I didn't leave the tree. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. I'll have you know that it doesn't count. Hello, Dubs. I am currently in the sewer. However, like 3 minutes ago, I was in the Great Frontier. This is just a pit stop. Jump King needed to take a piss, and so he wanted to go down to the sewer. And also say hi to the old man, because he's tilted. Not me. I'm not tilted at all. I could never be. But Jump King is tilted, so he's going to go say hi to his father.
Could you bring me some of those red leaves? I like them more than the green ones. Ho, ho, ho.
Alright. Yeah, I think my PB now is like, I was on the very, I think I was on the last screen of the Great Frontier. So we almost got past that to whatever the hell is next. And it looked like whatever the hell is next might involve snow. Which is gonna be fantastic. Hey. Doing a little fake out, made you think I was gonna fall, and then I didn't. Just a little planned joke there for y'all. Okay. Got a sub for every time you heard. But I was just up way higher. Well. But what if you gave a sub for every time you heard that? What if every time I fell, you gave a sub? That sounds like a really good challenge to me. I don't know about y'all. Fucking... In fact, we could do that. If I ever win the lottery, I'll just play, like, Cuphead. And I'll give a sub every time I die. How about that? Look at the game at 2 as. Okay, I sure did just walk off the edge there. Okay, I gotta actually turn on my brain so that I get past the tree. Because this is a 0 difficulty area. Easy every time. The only thing you have to do to win is have the desire to win, and then it just happens. Okay, sometimes being cocky works. Not all the time, but most of the time. 80% of the time. 80% of the time, all the time. Every time? Every time. Every single time. I don't know why I'm getting cocky on that jump, because I know exactly how to make it a full charge jump. So I don't even have to have any guesswork on that jump at all. And so I don't know why I'm not just fucking doing that. I don't have any reason why I'm not just going to the far wall and full charging. Such an easy area. Which area was I referring to? Okay. If I was referring to the tree, I stand by that. If I was referring to the sewer, I stand by that. If I was referring to the entire game, I stand by that. I was lying on the last one, but actually the sewer and tree are both easy after you put 10 hours into the game. Really easy areas. After you've done each of the jumps about 30 times. That's probably a lot more than that. I got the achievement for 25,000 jumps. So, probably a good bit more than that. I really just, I have easy jumps for that. I can just full charge in both directions. Why am I not just full charging in both directions when that is an option? There's no guesswork to a full charge. So just do it. Just do the full charge jump. I think it's just my ego is telling me, but Ferris, it would be super cool and neato if you didn't need to do the full charge jump. Just do it. Just do it, Ferris. Just do the full charge jump. Stop making excuses, just win the video game. Okay. Back to Bargenberg. Of course. Of course. A little gnat flew right in my face as I was making that jump. Alright, it's all chill though. Oh, got a little scared there. It's all chill though. Stop it! Stop it! This bug is not trying to help me win this game. Man. Oh, come on. That's weird. I felt like with both of those jumps, even the one I succeeded on, it felt like he wasn't going as high as it normally does, and I don't know why he released so early there. Okay, that was a little ridiculous. That jump is so crazy. I think it's mostly just like the way it looks. Like it looks like you're 1% too much to the left, and it pulls you the other 99%, and that just makes it look so crazy, like the game is against you. And I get that that's just like, you need to make this jump precisely. But the way they make it look is just like, I tried to jump forward, and I managed to mess up the input in such a way where first I walked off of the edge, and then I let go of the jump button because I saw that I was in the air. But I let go as I was hitting the ground. So I walked off the edge and then did the tiniest jump ever without meaning to do any jump. And I went back that far for it. That's pretty impressive. Okay. Okay, back to the Great Frontier. Like I said, I'm pretty sure my current PB is the last screen of this area. So if we see what's just past it, then that will be, I think just barely, that will be a new PB. To see, like, what if I was to do a fully charged jump here into the wall? Man, okay, that's actually good. Never mind. Okay. 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 Oh. That scares me every time, but it is safe. It is fine. It is okay. That's okay. Saws, hello. Return to tree. Fuck you. Absolutely not. Fuck. But hello, Saws. Welcome to stream. Damn it. Okay. 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 Okay, that's fine. I just... When I make a fall that makes me make a noise like that, I have to stop playing for a second, and I need to remember that. I have to stop playing for a second so I don't immediately lose more progress. I have to play this if I want to play Valorant. Damn. How far? The whole game? I was going to say something that betrays the sort of confidence that I'm suggesting that I should have. So I'll simply say, that's going to be a long queue time. I almost got a super fancy jump onto that flagpole. I almost did it again. That time I even thought I had gotten it. Fine. Bruh. At least tree, only true gamers. I'll do that. Won't even take very long. If I ever fall back down there, I'll show it to you, but I'm not going to do so deliberately. Unless I actually do fall down there, in which case it was all deliberate, it was all a meme and a joke and a plan. But only the universe will know the funniest time for that to happen. So I'll just wait, and if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, then that means the universe deemed it not quite funny enough to happen yet. I am sure it will happen eventually. No, I was actually... Today's stream started at the beginning of the game, and I have reached the tree a few times throughout. As much as it would very much depress me, I have come to accept that the tree is part of my life. Ridiculous gamer skill displayed. Thank you. I'm sure you were talking about that. I'm sure that was the gamer skill that you were referring to. Thank you. I worked really hard on that jump. Not a lot of people know about the reverse jump, where you're actually able to use the A button to go backwards. That's the big play. Because you see, if I fall down to an area that's easier to do, then there's more easy jumps for you to pull off, and so I can look cool by succeeding in an area that I've already practiced. That's the big strats. See, now that I'm here, this is an easy area, so I can just succeed real quick. See, look at how cool that looks. That's the kind of shit you can do when you get the reverse jump. Like that. Like that. Like that. Like this. Look at all of these potential areas for me to come back through. Now I can really show off through all of Bargainburg. By which I mean the False King's Keep. But really Bargainburg. Mostly Bargainburg. Little bit of the False King's Keep. Yeah, the False King's Keep as well. Little bit of the False King's Keep. I'll make you a deal. If we see the sewer, we'll see the tree. If you really want. But we're not going to see the sewer. So I don't even know why I'm making that deal with you in the first place. Because it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. couldn't possibly be me. Fog tree. Only if we see the sewer and you eat all your vegetables. And if I survive the experience. Just watch a Jump King speedrun, just do what that guy did. Sounds like a good idea. I have seen Callie speedrun this in sub 8 minutes, which is pretty fucking nuts. So I'll just do what she did, which I believe is played for a long time and get incredibly good at the video game. Oh, scared myself there. Look at that, I did it. I did exactly what Callie did. You know, it's nuts, it gets harder. I would imagine so. We haven't yet gotten to the points where it's actually, like, affecting your gameplay. Right now it's just jumps, but there's no snow or ice or any bullshit like that. I am curious as well. Can I get in here? I can. I don't think that helps me, though. Yeah, no, I don't think I want that. That's actually a really good reset. When that happens, that's really good, because then I can jump back up to there easily. I'm of course going to try to get as far as we can today, but I will consider the stream a success if we can at least beat the Great Frontier, because then that would keep up the tradition of always seeing a new named location every stream. Oh, thank you for that platform. Well, easy come, easy go. Hey, I didn't even splat because of the roof. The roof saved me. No splat. Big pog. That's fine, because this area is easy to get through. Back to the main area. Hey. Well, that was still a pog jump. It was a pog jump immediately followed by failure, but it was still a pog jump while we had it. We have the memory. We have 2 memories of when Ferris was cool for like a millisecond. And that's all we have. That's all we have, lads. That's all we have. But the good news is, I don't have to go to the tree, because I haven't actually touched the sewer yet. So that's the good news. The bad news is, it's now possible to hit the sewer, and so I might have to go see the tree. That's the bad news. However, the good news is, I'm such a gamer that it'll just never happen. Not even once will I touch sewer. Not even once. See, now it's an easier game, only gets better every time you fall. Yeah. I appreciate that Saws is translating. It's like, if you guys have seen the SNL bit, I think it was SNL, where it was Obama's anger translator. Oops, sorry about that. Bugging the screen again. That's essentially Saws. I'm just saying, like, this is fine. This is totally good. And then I look over in chat and I see the Saws is just saying, ah! Yeah, that's pretty accurate, Saws. Thank you for your service. Yeah, exactly. That is actually... First of all, thank you. But second of all, that is actually a big part of, like, what helps deal with the tilt. The idea that's like, yeah, that was a lot of progress that I lost. However, I haven't lost the fact that I now know how to breeze through it, so it's totally fine. It is incredibly frustrating to lose progress that you've only gotten like one time because you're not sure if you can do it again. But when you've done it a lot of times, it's like, fuck it. That's Bargainberg. I know I can get back through Bargainberg again. You just go hoop, and you go hoop, and you go heap, and you fall. That's the main meta strategy. Now, as you know, I'm not big into the meta strategies, so instead of doing the meta strat where you fall, I'm going to do this next strat, which I patented, which is the one where you don't fall. It's a little controversial, but I find that I generally enjoy the game a bit more when I'm not falling, so I'm just going to get through this area really quickly and easily, because that's just how I prefer to play it personally. I just wanted to give you one more taste of the meta strategy, because I had fallen all the way into the previous area, so I just wanted to make sure you knew what the meta strategy looked like. And so now we can compare it with the fair strategy of just being good at video games. And see, I'm preferring this one, but I know a lot of people like the other one. Alright, one sec, Sauce. Alright, we're gonna get a proper scream from Saws the Apple. Hello.
It didn't work. Hold on.
I was just assuming you were gonna scream the next time I fell.
It's Keith Ferris, and I fell.
Ugh. You'll work on it. I know you have a really good scream, but I know that Discord also nerfs your screams a lot. Holy crap. Okay, we're still living. No tree time yet. Alright, nice. For the most part, once I get through the jump where you have to fall in between the 2 points, and then after the jump after that, for the most part, I get through Bargenberg pretty consistently after that. Not 100%, but pretty consistently. You know, I'm thinking about it. I was already thinking about how I was essentially describing the comedic duo as like Roger Rabbit rules. I can only win if it's funny. And I'm thinking about it more and more. I'm just a cartoon character, aren't I? Like not specifically in Jump King or in like a really particular aspect. I'm just a cartoon character. I even do like the wacky voices to go with it. I'm actually super okay with that. The one who memes. And that's just making me think of that song, like the fuck shit stack song. I'm a cartoon character. You'll never be able to be like me. Me. Yep, I'm a cartoon character. Look at me go! Look at me go! No sewer time, though. I was gonna say, and you know what? Pharaoh on Karma for making me miss that jump, because I was about to say, I've also become a god of these jumps. So you know what? Pharaoh on Karma to make me immediately miss that jump. I really need to work on my ego a bit. Valorant has been boosting my ego up a bit, which I very much needed. But now it's a bit too inflated, and I gotta release some of the pressure.
I'm a materialist. I take a piece of shit card, I lower the motherfucker.
Not gonna continue that song, partly because I don't remember all the lyrics, and partly because I do remember some of the lyrics. You take some fuck, then some shit, then some fuck, then some shit. That might actually just help me to play the game if I just sang that part of the song. Just every time I start getting mad, you take some fuck, then some shit, then some fuck, then some shit. Alright, tree we go. Wee! Hey old man, what's up? Wee! Back to the beginning of the capture quest. What's up, old man?
Your tent is looking pretty comfortable there.
Yep, I'm just gonna go take a nap.
Am I right?
Yep. Also, fuck you. Alright, so now I can prove that the tree is easy. Hoopa, you don't even need to use all the blocks. That's how easy it is. There are blocks that are there just so you can skip past them so that you can feel cool about it. Like, that is actually how the tree is made. It gives you opportunities to BM the tree. Because when you get to the tree, you just go through the tree. It's as easy as that. You just jump, jump, jump. You go through the tree. It's as easy as that. You just jump, jump, jump. And then you get up here, you hop onto the bit, and you hoop, and you hop, and you hop, and you horp, and then you're done with the tree. The capture's over, and you're playing Valorant. And you're playing Valorant. And you're playing Valorant. Alright. There it is, Elephant Brain. Hell yeah. And just like that, you'll never see it again. You'll never see the tree again. It's impossible. And just like that, you'll never see the tree again. You'll never see it again. It is impossible. And just like that, you'll never see the tree again. You'll never see it again. It is impossible for me to fall back down to the tree once I've gotten into the sewer. It just doesn't happen. It's that easy. I'm glad you understand, Saws. I think I actually have less difficulty with the sewer now than I do with the tree now, which is really bizarre. Alright, so we checked in with the old man, and we're back to actually playing a video game. We just needed to give our granddad a call on the phone. And we're back to Twitch. Yeah, I just gotta I just gotta hold on to how progress feels. Because I just gotta keep in mind, some of these areas I'm able to breeze through even though they were such ass kickers before. So I just gotta keep in mind that anything I fail on will eventually get to that point. But I really would like to get to the Great Frontier and get past it. Nice. I think I'm getting the timing for that as well. See? It doesn't take that long to get to the Great Frontier anymore. I'm mostly saying the word "see" to myself. I'm saying it as if I'm trying to convince you guys, but I am trying to show myself. God? Hey! Nice. I didn't fall all the way to the sewer, which I'm pretty sure is possible to do off of that jump. Thought for sure that was going to happen. That time. Because I did set up the universe for that joke. Not intentionally, just like every other time I've set them up. Okay. See how easy it is to fall? It's pretty easy once you get down my patented technique. Also, Sampo, hello. Welcome to stream. Hey, I'm really getting that. Nice. You're up in a second. Fair enough. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. As always, sometimes you just need to go back to the area that has music and just recharge on the music a little bit. That's the only reason we visit the False King's Keep anymore. That and to show off how well we've gotten those jumps since the time we first got here. Okay. And I don't know what any of that means. But okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay, I'm falling apart. I think that's pretty appropriate for a Jump King stream. Usually be the other way around. I'd be the one doing that. But it's appropriate regardless. No Asmongold? I do not. Did I just got him myself? That's either another Twitch streamer, or I just got him to myself. It's one of the two. He's a WoW streamer. Okay. Okay. no clue what you're talking about. If I'm anime, I just don't really know what you're saying is all. Oh my god. Yeah, I could feel myself getting a little too quick there. Not really taking my time on it. Sometimes you can just feel yourself making a mistake as you're making it, and sometimes you use that and you correct yourself, and sometimes you don't. And that wasn't meant to be timed that way, but there you go. No? I don't think anything you said was offensive. Oh my god. Nope, this is my first run. I did end up spending a while in New Babe Plus without even realizing it, but we're back onto the main game. But yeah. This is going to be our first victory once we get there. Probably not tonight, but you never know. Probably not, though. Yeah, nope. Never try to do that, Ferris. Always go for the reset. Also, thank you, Universe, for that immaculate reset location. How long? I think if you count the New Babe Plus time, it's 16 hours? 2 hours today, 16 total. Oh my god. How did I walk off the edge, bro? How does that even happen? Oh yeah, it's yeah, 16 hours. Oh my god. Took you 8 knives. Yeah, I think around the 6 or 7 hour mark was the point that I got into New Babe Plus. And then we did 7 hours of that. Which definitely made me better at the game, but I'm still learning some of these areas because of that. I do feel like I want to be at the end of the Great Frontier by now, but I need to not say that I should be at any point at any particular time, because that is definitely going to be a mentality that is going to break me. If I start setting like timelines like that. Though I do want to beat the Great Frontier by the end of the stream, so there's that. No, it's a Xbox controller, but the SNES controller was the best the best graphic that I could find that really emphasized the D-pad and the A button. I think it looks nice aesthetically. Oh my god. I do have one of those SNES controllers, but it's wireless for the Switch, so I don't know how I would be able to get it on the PC. I might be able to do that, but I don't know. Bruh. It has been a very, very long time since I have unintentionally fallen past the tree. Because when you get to the tree, you jump through the tree. Jump, jump, jump. It's as easy as that. You hop up here and you hoopa. I'm so exhausted. I am so exhausted. I'm hoping the caffeine kicks in soon. However, the caffeine may already be active and it's the only thing keeping me alive. That is a distinct possibility that the only thing keeping me alive right now is the coffee that I've drank so far. I appreciate it, but for the first run, I want to see if I can just do it totally on my own. Ooh. I'm aware that that's probably going to make my playthrough longer, but that's just the game we're in. God damn it. I might take a short break in a little bit because I'm starting to notice that I'm just having trouble with a lot of bits that I was not having trouble with earlier in the stream. So I might just step away for like 5 minutes. Because I know I can get through the Great Frontier today. I know I can do it. Non-stop falls, yeah, but that's the whole game. If I wasn't at peace with that, I wouldn't be playing in the first place. That was pretty pixel perfect there. Goddamn. Okay, so we're about to get back to the Great Frontier at the very least. God damn it. Nice. So I think with the jump where I have to go between the 2 points, I think I'm probably still learning that to some extent. But I think I have the next jump down, which is really surprising. Okay, Great Frontier. Oh my god! Alright. Alright, Great Frontier time, everybody. You liking the Great Frontier? It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice this time of year. I'm big into the Great Frontier. It's weird how they decided to make it look exactly like Bargainburg, but you know, aesthetic choices and all. Oh my god. Thank you, man. That feels so fucking good, man, to finally have that down. So I just can consistently do those jumps. In the previous streams, I think those were the scariest jumps that I had to do regularly. Like, the only jumps that could be any more punishing than that were jumps that I didn't even reach very often. So that was the main jump. I was like, oh god, every single time I got to it. So being able to just blaze through it now, that's really fucking satisfying. Yeah, I'm not quite getting that yet, but I'm getting it a decent amount. but I'm still learning it. And I think I have the jump after it completely learned. And I'm generally not losing a lot of progress off this jump, so it's chill. As long as I just fall back down here. Yeah, nice. Okay, so I should be able to get to the Great Frontier. Like, you can lose progress here, but the jumps are simple enough that I'm only going to lose progress here if I'm dumb. But the jumps aren't hard enough to make it especially hard. Like, it's risky if you fall, but it's not difficult. So I should get it somewhat consistently. Oh my god. And then that's not actually a risky area. And then I charged it too long. Damn it. Like I said, not a hard jump, but I can just be dumb for a moment. That'll happen. Damn it. That's fine, because we have this area down now, so I can still get back into Bargainburg even from False King's Keep. And so I no longer feel bad about missing that jump. Holy fuck, I can actually genuinely say that I no longer mind falling past that area, because I've just gotten that down now. Hell yes. So I think that jump there that I just messed up, that's now the first spot that I'll encounter on a run that I'm still having a lot of difficulty with. And everything else, obviously I'll occasionally mess it up, but I have it pretty down. Yeah, that's fine. I'm no longer afraid of the rain jump. Hell yeah. Hey Connor, what's up, man? Okay. Okay. We'll say that that one made any sort of sense. I don't believe it in my heart, but I'll say that that made sense. Bro, I got that area down so hard. Hell yes. Not so much that one, though. We're getting close, but not so much that one. damn it. Fuck. Yeah, on any jump, I'm always gonna mess it up sometimes. I'm not a jumping machine, I'm a jumping man. Inevitably, there will be mistakes. But I can get back much, much, much faster than before. Damn. Oh. Damn. That fucking jump trolls you so hard. There have been so many times where I thought I've gotten it perfectly. And it, like, I'll have to go up in order to go back down. Like, I start to fall into the pit, and then they pull me back up and out. It's like, wait, hang on, you weren't supposed to make that one. Wow, I really thought I got it that time. Alright. I'm officially at that point where I no longer fear falling back into the False King's Keep. I feel pretty confident about getting through it. But I am getting tired of seeing it and would like to move on to the Great Frontier. But yeah, like, that used to be the tree, then it was the sewer, then it was False King's Keep. And now even Bargenberg is just like, alright, I get it, let's just move on. And that's the only sort of progress this game will give you. Being confident in more areas. And confident does not mean 100%. It just means most of the time. Oh boy. Nice, okay. Okay, so Great Frontier, here we come. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not yet. I just need a little more of the False King's Keep is definitely what I was going to end that sentence with. I just need a little more False King's Keep before we go out to Bargainburg. To Great Frontier. To whatever. Bruh. Bruh. Really need this caffeine to kick in. Really need to start feeling alive again. One of the hazards to your jumping is the general feeling of just death as it creeps upon you. And you have to ward this off. Sometimes through the music of the False King's Keep, which is why we come back down. But usually through caffeine. Usually that is the way that we exorcise the demons. So that we can continue playing. But I'm finding that I don't think the caffeine is working, considering my eyes feel like they look tired. You know what I mean? Where it's like I'm fully awake, and yet my eyes feel hard to keep open at the same time. Because it's like my face is just rejecting everything in front of it, and it's just like, what if you were to just turn your eyes off? What if you were to just close your eyes and accept death? And my jumping spirit says no, which is why my eyes are still at least partially open. But my jumping spirit would like some coffee. Look at that, my eyes are open now the moment I get to the next area. Insane how that works. So yeah, that's one of those areas where the jumps are not especially difficult there, but you still have to be careful because they are especially punishing if you fail. And it's almost like the difficulty is deceptive, because it feels like, oh well, these jumps aren't that bad, I can get through it quick. But they are still dangerous. You can pretty easily fuck it up if you're not careful. And they are not fun jumps to fuck up. And yeah, it's like every time you fall down there, you're just like, alright, I want to get straight back to the Great Frontier, and I know I can do these jumps, so I'm just going to breeze through it. It's like, no. Slow down. Get your zen back on. Aw, man. It's always the coolest when you jump straight to that pole and then straight to the next one. That's how you know you're zen, when you do that. Not a bad reset. Damn. As in, the poles are extremely intimidating. Because of just, like, how precise the jump is. And I guess to some extent, the fact that the pole is up high adds to the intimidation value. However, it shouldn't. Because it's really just about how big is the platform and where is the platform. The fact that it's on the... the The fact that it's on the end of a pole doesn't matter. The fact that it's small does. I think that is one of the many little things that adds to the difficulty of the game. Sometimes a jump will simply intimidate you, even if it's not necessarily a jump that takes like incredible precision. Or if it does take incredible precision, it still feels even more intimidating than that because of outside factors. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, come on, Ferris. This is your last shot. You fall any farther than this, then you actually have to go through Barkenberg again. You don't want that. This is the free part of Barkenberg. Still in the free part of Barkenberg. Hey, that's a pretty cool fall. Damn. As long as I stay in the Great Frontier, it's okay to lose a little progress here and there. Obviously, the goal is to get through it, but I'm totally fine with falling a little bit if I stay in the zone. Oh, that's making me super paranoid. Okay, I don't think it is. I'm seeing like an area on the left wall where there's not a lot of ice, and that's making me think I want to jump into it to see if it's a secret. But I don't think it is. I'm not going to do that to myself. Haven't left the Great Frontier yet. Feels like all of that is like the trial or like the beginning of the Great Frontier. And it sort of feels like the Great Frontier really starts on this screen. Not this screen, the literal first screen of the Great Frontier. Nor on this screen, the last screen of Bargenberg. Neither of those were the screens that I was referring to. Not this screen either. We already went over this. Oh my god. This screen. This screen is where the Great Frontier really starts. That's what I was referring to. This is the real beginning of the Great Frontier. This is the true beginning of the Great Frontier. Here at the beginning of the False King's Keep. That's where the Great Frontier starts. Oh my god, just let me get through the Great Frontier so I can quit. I think I'm actually at the point where if I get past the Great Frontier, I might just call it quits there. You know, it'll probably be once I get past the Great Frontier, I'll keep going until like a big fall, and then at that point, whatever is my PB at that point will just be my PB for the stream. I am so fucking happy that I got that. I have fucking mastered that bit. I am so happy about that. Yeah. For the most part, Bergenberg is pretty easy, but there are just a few jumps that are still tripping me up. Screen 1 is all easy. This jump is a little difficult. It's not that bad, but I have messed it up a decent amount. And then it's easy again through the rest of the screen. All the way to here, and then this is difficult again. And so is the one just after it. And I think those are like the only 3 jumps that are that difficult in all of Bargenberg to me now. There are some risky jumps at the end, but I don't even find them difficult. They're just risky. And as I said, every jump I'm gonna mess up sometimes. I do still think I've gotten those jumps, the ones in the rain. I do still think I've gotten them quite down. Very confident. But I am gonna mess it up occasionally. Yeah, even that. That jump isn't difficult, but I'm still gonna mess it up every once in a while. I am not a jumping machine. I would say I'm a jumping king, but that That is what I will call myself when I beat the game. For now, I am a jumping man. In fact, yeah, a jumping man is somebody playing the game. A jumping king is somebody who has beaten the game. And a jumping machine is a speedrunner of the game. From now on, that is the terminology. Unless I decide that I come up with something better. They don't call it Jump King because you are the Jump King. They call it Jump King because you will be the Jump King at the end. And then it's like how a lot of fighting games would have Robo characters. Like I think there's been Robo Kai and Robo Mei in I forget which Guilty Gear they were in, but in a Guilty Gear game. You essentially become that when you become a speedrunner. You're like the Jump King guy, but you're Robo King. Okay. God, this whole area was so fucking intimidating when I first got here. Like, even that area where you're just bouncing off the walls and going up the pipes, and there's no, like, punishment if you fall. Even that area just seemed, like, really rough once you get to that last jump. I feel like games, ever since I started getting into Valorant, and especially since I started getting into fighting games, and then even more so getting into Jump King, it's been doing really weird things with my ego, where it keeps going back and forth between building me up and breaking me down over and over and over. And I think my ego is getting stronger for it, but I think all of the other parts of my brain are just fucking stressed, and they just want it to stop. Every part of my brain, other than the ego, is like, just fucking, just play Mario Kart or something, just play something you know how to play. And then I saw that they're doing that Mario Kart tournament, and I saw just how, like, in-depth Mario Kart goes, and it's like, oh god. Even that's not gonna help. Video games are just like this. I was blind, but now I can see. And I wish to go back to the darkness. But we won't do that. We will continue to jump forward, no matter how unpleasant it is. It's worth it in the end. I was thinking that this is getting oddly philosophical, but I feel like it's been so long that I kind of forget. But I feel like I might have been doing this in Dark Souls as well. Though I'm probably doing it in a healthier way now than back then. Oh, whenever you just land on your toe pixel, that's always pretty crazy. Thank you for not completely fucking me on that one. I could even feel it as I was slipping. I could feel the universe deciding, okay, are we falling back a little bit? Or does Ferris need to go all the way back to the sewer? And the universe is like, nah. He just climbed back out. He doesn't need to already go all the way back. He can keep trying Great Frontier for a little bit longer if he can get his shit together and get out of the fucking bargain bird. Whew. You know what would be a really good stream idea? I need to get some sort of avatar that could be a good representation of either the universe itself or karma, and hook that up in not VR chat, in FaceRig or any other program that runs. Other programs are available, but any other program that allows you to do VTuber stuff. And I need to get somebody else to use that VTuber. God damn it, to use that VTuber and just completely shit on me throughout an entire stream. So that I'm actually just arguing with the universe for an entire stream. But it needs to be a friend, but it also needs to be a mean friend. Because they have to be able to insult me for 4 hours straight without feeling bad. But also, if it wasn't a friend, I would probably deck them. I would, if somebody I don't know tried to do that for 4 hours straight, probably not gonna go great. So I just need to hire a mean friend. Oh my god. Okay. I'm nowhere near stopping. I might take a little break in just a minute. But I am nowhere near done with the day yet. I think my max will probably be like 5 hours. I'm aiming for 4 hours like normal. But then if I haven't beaten the Great Frontier at 4 hours, I'll keep going quietly. And if I still haven't beaten the Great Frontier at 4 hours, then I will be very sad, and I will probably also end the stream. But I'm allowed to call it quits at any point after beating the Great Frontier. But only if I beat it. So yeah, it's like if less than 4 hours have passed. Okay, hold on. I actually really need to go. I'll be right back. Hello. Yeah. There we go. Hello. Welcome back. Dang. Hold on. Nice. Nice. I just wanted to drop down one screen because I thought I saw something there in Bargainburg that looked like it might be a secret wall. like a wall you can jump through, I mean. And as I was falling, I caught a glimpse of it, and I think I was mistaken. I think at some point, not yet, but at some point I want to come back here and I want to just jump. I want to just jump down there. I don't know why, but that's now on my bucket list. I eventually have to jump down there for no reason. Also, there was not a secret wall here. I was mistaken. It is so goddamn satisfying. I was about to say having that jump mastered because I no longer have to be afraid of falling down there, but I stand by that. I don't have it down every single time, but I have it down enough that I no longer feel upset about falling down there. I've gotten all of these jumps down pretty well. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend this game to somebody who doesn't want to spend a lot of time on it and is like expecting to breeze through it. And I wouldn't recommend the game to somebody who doesn't want a game that is probably going to be pretty frustrating. But I am really enjoying the game. And it is really strange how satisfying it is to get better at it. Like, when I first went into these games, like, when I tried out getting over it, and when I was first playing this, I think I was sort of the mentality of, like, but I don't really want to learn, like, this area. Like, I don't want to learn the tree, because why should I care about getting better at the tree? I just want to be past it. But as I played, it's definitely turned into, like, I've gotten better at these areas, and I'm very proud about that, I say as I fucking fall through them. But it's true. It is very satisfying getting better at these areas, even if it is just like, even if it's just self-contained to this game, and even if you don't want to keep doing the tree over and over, it is still very satisfying knowing that, like, if I fall down to the False King's Keep, that's alright. Because I know how to get right through the False King's Keep. No problem. And maybe it's just a personal thing, but for me, it's so much more satisfying getting to that stage on my own. Like, knowing that I have those jumps just because I did it over and over again is just a lot more satisfying than having somebody else tell me. For anybody where that's not the case, I don't mean that as any disparagement. Like, I kind of envy that. I wish I wasn't so particular. I wish I could be, like, happier taking advice, but for me, it is just infinitely more satisfying. doing like a okay jump that I figured out on my own than a great jump that somebody else told me how to do. And I'm not even just referring to Jump King, but I'm still just calling it jumps. And I might just be building that up as a habit now. I might now be building up a habit where I'm going to go out into real life and I'm going to refer to challenges as jumps from now on. And that might be a level of gamer too far. However, as we have already established earlier on in the stream, I'm a cartoon character. You'll never be able to be like me. God? I'm just thinking of the fucking Dragon Ball Z abridged shit where when they made Dende God, he was looking at the list of prayers and he's like, do I have to answer all of these prayers? And I'm just imagining there's a stack from me that's just a lot of papers where each one just has the word God on it and nothing else. Just a bunch of like started but not finished prayers. And he's just like, what is with this asshole? He's just spamming my inbox and he's not even making a request. He's just saying God, God, God. What is he fucking doing? Piccolo just comes in. I hear he's playing Jump King. The fuck's a Jump King? Jumpo what? Yeah, I don't think that habit completely started with Jump King. I think that's just like part of my vernacular that sometimes I would just say something like that and cut myself off. But it's weird how consistently with Jump King. I don't think I've been swearing all that much, but I say religious things a lot, and I don't have any clue why. Normally I don't talk like that. Well, Jump King, I guess it's just because you're falling. I'm constantly just asking for God to catch me. So as far as progress, I think the tree, the sewer, and the False King's Keep, I think I can call all of those areas, like, set now. Like, they're easy to me now. Most of Bargainburg is easy. I'm pretty close to being able to add that to the list of, like, okay, these 4 areas I got in the bag. But that jump, that one I think I have pretty well. I think that, the one over on the right there, where you go in between the bits, I think that might be the only jump that I still really need to learn. And then I'll just be able to say, okay, we have Bargainburg as well. Which would mean that we could get to the Great Frontier anytime we want easily. And I think we're close to that point. Asterisk. The word easy is relative in this situation. I am not suggesting that I could speedrun them, just that they're not that bad. And then once you get to the Great Frontier, all of that stuff is easy too. This is the first part where the Great Frontier starts being hard. Oh, and look at that. And then I think the screen that has the next NPC on it, I think that is the farthest screen I've gotten to. And I think I got, like, super close to finishing that screen as well. Yeah, this screen. Yeah, that's gonna be rough, though. I think I got it the first try last time, but that was definitely, 40% skill, 60% luck. Nice. I think I'm always gonna get a smile on my face when you fall and then hit when there's a really tiny platform that you land on just perfectly by accident. That's always gonna make me smile, especially when it's one of these flagpoles. Like if you fall from another screen directly onto this, that's the best. Whew. Okay, that's fine. Even that's fine. Nice. Whenever I fall past the poles there, like whenever I fall here, I'm always trying to get back to the pole, but I'm expecting to fall a bit farther and have to reset. So whenever I get it like that, it's always very nice. Yeah, even here, this is still in that realm of you have to be careful on those jumps, but they're easy enough that I know I can get back quick. Okay, eventually, when I get to that jump, I need to actually succeed in the jump. I think that's going to be the big strategy to go for. If when I get to that jump, I don't fuck it up, that's probably going to show me a lot of success in the long run. I think that goes against my patented strategy of falling downwards. Or, I'm sorry, jumping downwards? Dig up, stupid? Yeah. I think that goes against my patented strategy of dig up, stupid. But I want to try it out. I want to see what this success thing is all about. And see if it would do well for me. That was interesting. That was pretty interesting timing to say that I wanted to try success, only to fail in a way that I literally did not think you could fail at. I didn't think that you could fail in that way. Yeah. The flagpole is the new area that you don't want to fall down to because that's where it gets scary. It's not even that bad afterwards. It's mostly just the flagpoles are the difficult part. But as long as they only drop me down there, and as long as I'm careful, then we're good. But sometimes, yeah, sometimes they drop you down a bit farther. Oh my god, okay. Well. Eyes are starting to get a little tired, so I'm changing the settings on my monitor. Won't affect the gameplay on your guys' end, but it makes it a little easier on my eyes. Man. So actually, I don't think I've really questioned. I wonder what the theme of this area is. Because the first area is you're just in the woods. Then a sewer. Then a little castle. Then a town. What even is this? It's not quite like wilderness and nature because these are man-made platforms and towers. Nice.
When I first started, there was another also attempting. Needless to say, he didn't get as far.
I wonder if that's... I guess that's the old man of the forest. I wonder if this guy has any dialogue, because he says, like, this is the end for us. When you get onto the next area, you'll see what I mean. I wonder if there's any dialogue for if we get to the area past that, but then come back and see him. If he's just like, huh. So there is shit past that. And even that isn't the end. Well, shit. Ah, man. Okay, I actually just did that. Damn it. Yeah, I think I even said earlier. I'm not sure which stream this was. It wasn't today. But I even said earlier that really evil idea you could have is you could have an area start with a jump that is harder than any of the jumps in that area. So that it just feels super punishing every time you fall out of that area. Because you actually increase the difficulty by falling backwards. And yeah, for that little section, that is essentially what they did. They build you up a little bit by giving you an easy area here to start off on, but then they give you the first hard jump with those. And then they go back to mostly easy after that. So those flagpole jumps are just there as like, oh, well, you fell past this part, so you're going to have to deal with a bit of horse shit if you want to start playing the area again. But they were nice about it, and they made it so if you fall out of there, you usually get to just try again. Not always, but usually. And yeah, even the first screen of Bargenberg, that area, that screen is free, this screen is free. I'm not worried at all until you get to the flagpoles. Then after that, I gotta be careful. I can't underestimate this area because I could potentially lose a lot of progress. But it's not too difficult. I mostly just need to not rush. In fact, I think that's the thing with this area. This area has a lot of jumps, but they're not that hard. And so I want to just rush through it, but I need to not.
You may as well give up. The path ahead is impossible to traverse.
Maybe sold, man. But I wouldn't be here in the first place if that was enough to make me give up. Oh man, okay. We're still in the free land, though. I'm wondering more and more about what this area is, because these walls are solid as well. Like on the left and right, that's brick. So are we going up through a tower right now, or are those just towers on either side? What is the lore of this world? I need to know. I'm starting to get a bit of a rhythm for these here. And so the game makes me prove it by having me go right back. And wow. I just need to get through that last screen of the Great Frontier. The condition for me ending the stream is one of two situations. Either I've beaten the Great Frontier and also have spent more than 4 hours in the stream in total. Or I spend 5 hours. At least that was what I was thinking before. The moment I said that, I felt a tiredness that made me think, you know what, maybe that's not a good idea. But the plan is either beat the Great Frontier or hit 5 hours trying. Whatever's past that, I do not need to get anywhere in particular in there. I just need to reach screen 1. When it gives me a name that is after the Great Frontier, and when Streamlabs says I've been going for at least 4 hours, then I am allowed to stop. Damn it. That was a silly mistake, and it was very costly. Oh, man. I might have to go back on what I'm saying. I am starting to feel really exhausted, and this coffee is not helping. Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to adhere to that guideline that I just said, but I am already starting to think that might have been a mistake. But I really would like to beat the Great Frontier this stream. It is true. Oh, hey, nice. It is true that I still did get to a new personal best. So there's that, but I think it was only a few jumps past her. I think it was only a few jumps past the old personal best, which is not anywhere near as satisfying as being able to say that we beat an area we've never beat. You know, I was just thinking, it would be so crazy if I could go back to the mentality of, like, just before I'd ever played the game. If I could go back to that mentality and watch the VOD of, like, me going from the tree through all this really quickly, that would be so fucking incredible. If that version of me could see that's like, yeah, no, eventually you're not stuck in the tree. You get past that and multiple other areas in a fucking flash, like, that would be fucking incredible. Because as much as I wish I could just beat the Great Frontier right now, we are still doing so much fucking better than we used to. Hey, the nice drop. Damn. Not quite as nice of a drop, but still pretty good. Okay, that drop is acceptable. That's the bad drop. That's the drop we don't like. That's... Okay, this is totally chill. I just looked at the clock, and it's 20 minutes later than 5 seconds ago. You know what I mean? Like, in the last 5 seconds, 20 minutes passed. I don't know how it happened. I've definitely got the timing on that mini jump down now. Next stream, I wouldn't be surprised if I mess it up a few times while I'm trying to get the timing back. But I have the timing well enough there that I shouldn't mess that particular jump up at least until next stream. That's sick. I don't especially want to have to prove it over and over again, though. Alright, man. I think we got Bargenberg. The tree, the sewer, the False King's Keep, and Bargenberg. I have never actually fucked that up. I actually thought that that roof would always put you where you want to go, because I've never fucked that up before. Nice. But I stand by what I'm saying. The tree, the sewer, False King's Keep, and Bargenberg. I have learned all of these areas now. Yeah, okay, so if you hit the slant, it'll send you flying. But if you hit the flat part, then you bump and you land where you want to land. So you just can't go too far. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, universe, for giving me a freebie. Got a little scared on that one, but we got it. That is awesome. Getting to that part consistently, that is awesome. Dang. Yeah, it's all about keeping yourself from getting tilted and giving context. Never get tilted for losing progress, of which you can easily get back. If you fall a few screens, but they are not especially difficult screens, then just give yourself a moment's breath and beat it again. No reason to get upset. Damn it, man. Alright, confirmed. Bargenberg is now easy. Hell yes. You know, I have been wondering why you're able to get into that tower on the right. I think it was because that little hole, that little cubby on the left that's below me, had the bird. And I don't think this is the way that I did it, but I think you're probably supposed to go into the tower and then jump from the tower to the bird. And I forget how I did it, but I think it was differently. almost. Vargenberg is definitely easy now. That jump is almost there. I've almost gotten that jump down easy, but not quite yet. But all of Vargenberg, I've gotten down. Okay, it's about 4 hours, so once we get through the Great Frontier, that'll be the end of the stream. Or that'll be the point where I have permission to end the stream. Where I give permission to myself. And then I'll probably just see what's up with the next area, and once I fall out of the next area, then that would be the end of the stream. And if I am still not through the Great Frontier in an hour, then I will say fuck it. That was not a fun jump to fuck up, but it was very close to being much worse, so that's fine. Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but I think I figured out that the jump that goes from here to the pole, like if you get it just the right amount of charge, that it gets you right onto that pole. That amount of charge is the same amount of charge that takes you from the first pole to the second pole, I think. So whenever you land it perfectly, just try to do that jump exactly again to the next one. But I haven't done it enough times to be able to know how much charge to give it to do that by heart. This is the part of the stream where I'm gonna have to start being quiet. So I guess I should raise my mic a little bit. So I am pretty solidly in the Great Frontier. Because we're now getting to that stage of even when I fall out, I get back out of Bargainburg pretty much instantly every time. So that is still really sick progress. The Great Frontier is no longer something we're trying to reach. It's something we're consistently in. That is still some pretty cool progress.
What do you eat anyway? I prefer the delights of this here bog. Ho ho ho.
Okay, it's 4 hours and 21 minutes. Let's see how long it takes to get back to the Great Frontier. I'm going to reset the clock. I'm not going to keep resetting the clock, though.
What? What then? In the air.
Oh, yes. Come on. Enough.
What if,
Here, eat.
yes, of course. I don't want to miss anything. In case he says something valuable. So high up.
Where was I?
Ah, yes.
Okay. So this time it is 4 hours 25 minutes. I didn't even mean to jump. Fuck. I actually did not mean to fall there. Oh my god. 26. I can't stop falling. Yeah, I think this is... Oh, man. I think I'm getting towards the end of what I can do today. I can't keep doing this for much longer. That is about 3 minutes to get to Bardenberg. Not the worst. I'm aware that the speed run is probably something like 8 seconds. But that's not what we're doing right now. Honestly, I think I just want to be able to say that my time to the Great Frontier is sub 10 minutes. And I think that would be enough to make me happy. Yeah, I got too into the idea that we might be getting a good time. Fuck, I think I would have made those jumps if I wasn't just trying to rush it along, because I was thinking like, oh shit, we might actually make it to the Great Frontier in sub 5 minutes. That would be sick. And I fell apart. Damn it, yeah, we were just about to make it in 5 minutes. But we just hit the 5-minute mark. Fuck. close to my limit. Not the 5-hour mark, but just like my limit. I think I'm gonna quit here. If I fall from Bargenberg all the way down to the sewer again, that's probably gonna kill me. As I said, from Bargenberg to the sewer. If I get all the way to Bargenberg and then fall all the way back out to the sewer, that will probably kill me. False King's Keep to the sewer is not as big of a deal. If I hit the sewer again, I will drop down and get in my tent at the bottom of the tree and end the stream. Technically, I have got a new personal best already, but if it was just 1 or 2 more jumps, it would have been a new area. But yeah, we have gotten to a point that I've never gotten to, and talked to an NPC that we've never talked to. So there was still progress. Not an extremely satisfying amount, but there was still progress. Okay, it took 11 minutes. I was almost sub 5. And it took 11. Damn. I think I'm now tired enough that if I actually get a new personal best, I'll just call it there. I'm not even going to bother trying to explore any more beyond that, because my performance is pretty bad right now. Like, I'm tired enough that I'm not playing well. So if I do get to the new area, I'll just leave that as a treat for next time. sewers, I would want to quit. But it's not 5 hours yet. It's close enough. At this point, I don't want to keep playing, to be perfectly honest, but it's almost 5 hours. So I'm just going to finish off that. Once it's 5 hours, then I can quit. But yeah, I'm not playing well anymore, and I'm really fucking tired of this. I'm still enjoying Jump King in general, but for today, I am very done. Well, thank you, Milk Crate. I appreciate that. I think next time, once I've had a break, I'll probably be better, but yeah, I do think I'm improving. Thank you. Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Milk Crate. I've heard that one before, but your timing was pretty good nonetheless. Thank you. It's very nice. Thank you. Wow. Hello, sauce. I'm blaming you on that one, sauce. That fall, that was you. That fall was me, but the first fall was you. I am at 18 and a half hours. I have not beaten it before yet. I'm going to play for 10 more minutes before I stop for tonight, but I am going to eventually beat this on stream. Share a joke? Go ahead. Nah, it's approaching 11 in my time zone, and I go to bed at like 4. But that doesn't change the fact that it's been 5 hours, and I'm done with this game. What is more funny than a tree or a mountain? I'm gonna say a tree. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mountain, it's hill areas. That was pretty good. Joke about paper. It's terrible. The jokes are working. We're getting back up the tower. Almost there. Oh my god, 6 more minutes. Why can you not have 4 doors in a chicken coop? I don't know. Why? Because then it would be a chicken sit-in. Fucking hell. I would have just quit there because I hit the sewers, but we're almost at 5 hours, so I'm just gonna make good on my promise, and I'm going to keep trying to beat the Great Frontier until either I do or we hit 5 hours. But then at that point, I am tapping out because I'm tired. Once we hit 5 hours, if we hit 5 hours and I'm not there yet, then I'm just gonna say we tried. We got a new personal best. And I got better at the game, and that's what we got. What happened to the people when a big red boat crashed into a brown boat? I don't know. They were marooned. That is a really good one. Holy crap. Why is Waldo striped? Because otherwise he would be spotted. He don't want to be spotted. Yeah, got him. That is still progress that I no longer have to worry about the False King's Keep. I'm at least glad we got that. What is the difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea? I think I've heard this one before, but I don't remember what the punchline was. If I'm right about what the punchline was, it's not something I want to say out loud, though. They're actually the same being. Garbanzo beans, the Spanish translation, and chickpea comes from the original Latin. Okay, I think I was right about what the punchline was then. It's the main ingredient in hummus. Thank you, by the way. Those actually did cheer me up a bit. I'm in an okay mood now. I'm still very tired, but I'm definitely in a better mood than before. Thank you. Thank you. You as well. Oh, noise. The god fails. That's pretty big failure right there. God damn it. We're at 18 hours 42 minutes. We're a minute away until I've hit 5 hours for the day, though. So at this point, it's just when I decide I've had enough, and then it's enough. But now that we're on the Great Frontier, I am going to want to try a little longer. But I'm allowed to stop now. What's up at the top? A smoking hot bait. That's the goal. That got me pretty hard. That really got me. I was not expecting a joke there. How to seduce a farm girl. Oh. Okay, I get it. Sure. Fuck. I'm gonna try the first part. Platform bit seems like a bit of a stretch, though. Damn it. No, dang. I thought that might be a shortcut. Is it just me, or are those platforms shaking? I think I might be getting really tired, because it felt like the platforms that had a different color were shaking. Like when I stood on them. Okay, that was what I was waiting for. Well, this is actually... No, I'm going to keep going a little bit longer. At this point, I'm gonna force myself to stop if it takes much longer, but I want a little bit longer. If I fall much worse than that, I will end it though. Yeah, at this point, I'm gonna give it until 5 hours, 15 minutes, which is about 3.5 minutes. If it hits at that point, I'm gonna make myself stop. So win or lose, it's only gonna be a few minutes longer. That, if I'd landed that, that would have been a new PB. Fuck, I cannot believe I walked off of that. But that would have been a new PB, and it would have been the end of this area. That's how close we are. think that might actually be a full jump. It is good. We fucking did it. It took an extra hour and 15 minutes, but we fucking did it, lads. Thank you guys for sticking with me through that. And thank you, Milk Crate, for those jokes. They genuinely did cheer me up when I really needed it. I'm gonna find somebody to read out to. I'm done for today, but we beat the Great Frontier. I would shout about it if it wasn't so late. But rest assured that in my heart, I am very happy about that. Fuck. I'm a bit too tired to recap, but thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the jokes. We fucking did it. I'm making a lot of progress on the previous areas, and we finally got through that. But for tonight, I am fucking tired, so I'm just gonna drop my links. Got that YouTube, that Discord, that Twitter. Our usual schedule is 6 to 10 p.m. PST on Fridays and Saturdays every week. I'm gonna find somebody to read out to. I don't have a strict schedule for next week, but I'm thinking the things I'm thinking most likely are going to be Guilty Gear Strive, Jump King, and Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't think I have time for all three. I'll let you know which two are going to be up later on. I'm gonna send you guys out to Anti-Sky 101. He is playing some Street Fighter 5 right now. And I'm gonna send you guys out kind of quick, because like I said, not only I have to be quiet for my neighbors, but also I'm just very tired. So I'm just gonna send you guys right on, but thank you guys for being here. Thank you for believing me. We fucking did it. I don't know how far we're gonna get next time, but we're gonna do our best to get as far as we can again. It might be next weekend, or I might give myself a break, one of the two. But until then, thank you guys for believing, thank you guys for keeping me company, and keep what little bits of sanity I was able to keep. Thank you for helping me with that. And regardless of what we're gonna play, I will see you guys Friday. Good night, everybody. Goodbye. And good night, VOD watchers.